line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. The weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I play and I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I play and I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red track.
Good morning. See if we got now everything we need in the forest here. Yeah, put some of the tools inside here so we don't drop them. Those guys. Guess these we can have on the head so we don't drop them. Gloves. And we should have everything. We got drinks, bread, got fuel, got the cutter, got the harness. Should be everything we need today. Let's head out to the forest. See what happens. Fuel, play with everything. Put the key somewhere so we don't drop it. So that would be not good. Yeah, now we need to put the brush cutter on ourselves and then we can carry this stuff, maybe get everything with one pass. Maybe. Then we need this one first. And this needs to go underneath. Stream stuff. So we take stream stuff off for a little bit. And we'll try to put the other stuff underneath. You can enjoy the wood for a bit. That. I can put you guys back. Top, but you go. Oh no, this is the wrong way. Through there. Right. Let's see what we need to pack up more then. We'll take the brush cutter in the harness and then hold that in one hand and hold this in the other hand. Try to carry in everything with one pass. Like this. Can probably get everything, we just need to walk down the hill here. Then I can offload a bunch of stuff. Yeah, up here we don't even need to do anything, I think. Then when we go down the hill it should be, I think it's gonna be way more thick. Oh yeah, here's a pretty good path. Not too thick, then we can start down here. Start down here somewhere. Yeah, right there we can start and then we go that way. This area here, well, we might do it, but I think it could grow a few years before we do this area. But down here is where the real stuff starts. Yeah, if we will leave our gear, there could be a good spot. Or maybe here. Just start with this stuff. Yeah, we might just leave here. We could sit on the trunk there. Could be a good seat. Maybe it would be a good spot to set up base camp here for now. Guess we need to refuel first. Let's see how this thing is working. I only have the one connection from the backpack because then the chat phone could last longer. But we'll see what the connection does here. It's a little bit in a low spot, but maybe if we open up and go this way, the connection comes from that way, I think so. We'll see. But yeah, let's refuel. Let's drink a little bit. Let's try to get started. Saw should be good to go. Now I just need to drink a little bit, so driver is good to go. But yeah, the big forest there, we don't need to go in that, but I'm gonna try to go to that and then around the edge and then come back first here. Most of it is gonna be like over there, but I think this might be a good spot to start here. See what happens. See how warm it's gonna get today. It's supposed to be cloudy and not that hot, but I'm sure it's gonna be warm enough. Never really too cold when you do this. It's just like this, 1 tree here, 1 tree there, that would still be fine, but you'll see soon when we go into such jungle that it's not that easy anymore. I'll see where the tree goes here. I'm gonna cut it, but don't wanna cut the rock. through here, maybe with this edge here first. Probably that way, then we'll see if we need to go that way. Probably not. Or not that much at least. Fall down. Oh yeah, I should really find out how do I do so I don't accidentally touch the screen here with anything. There is some button or something I can press to do that, but just like that when you accidentally, a branch or something accidentally touches things. Do a little bit like back and forth like this and go that way, and we'll see how far we get. We started like maybe like 9, so if we go like 35 minutes that way and then come back, then it should be empty tank by the time we're back. But yeah, it's basically remove all birch except if there's like a big hole, then we can leave some birch. Basically the name of If it all was this simple like in the edge here, a few trees here and there, there'll be some very jungly spots here, I think. But yeah, might as well start with some easier stuff. Here we can maybe leave this birch, kind of borderline. Oh yeah, it's getting more jungly here. Good morning there. Blade should be pretty sharp. Working pretty well so far, I would say. Like yeah, some areas it's not bad, but I think here is one of the worst spots in front. It's gonna be 100% jungle. But yeah, we'll just try to kind of slowly go through it now when it's the first day. Shape is not the brush cutting shape is not the best. You can leave the one in the middle there. Probably. Oh yeah. I need to find out how I can lock the screen with this app open. Would be helpful. Yeah, I'm doing so many misclicks here, what the hell? How do we lock the screen? I think I looked it up once, but I didn't figure out this app if I can like lock the screen. Also, it doesn't usually take my finger that easy, but apparently it takes apparently it takes accidental like branch pushes very easy. God damn. No? How do I go back now from this? Oh Jesus. Might need to restart that. But yeah. How do we lock screen in StreamBuddy? That's the question. No, it's okay. I guess there's nothing else to leave. Yeah, we'll do it to this ditch here. Then we'll go here and then go back there. See what's going on. It's like a double tree. 2 trees in one. Areas like this we have the ground bees, ground hornets that try to not step in a nest of those. That can get very sketchy very fast. Oh yeah, I'm pressing all the buttons here. How do we do this? Is John in chat? Probably not. How do we stop accidental button presses here? There was some combination or something to stop that from happening. Because it's kind of annoying, I would say. Especially here, then it clicks like on something. I accidentally ban somebody or something. What? I can't click the X on this. No. But yeah, other than that it seems to be working, but it would be nice to get the screen kind of locked right now. Try to not drop too much in the ditch. But yeah, here, that one we can leave, that one we can leave. Like some perches you can definitely do when there's an open air. Go a little bit further there, then we down, then we try to go back, I think. Might work out pretty well. Oh God. Please, someone in chat, can someone check how do you lock stream body lock screen? Let's see if I search it in Google. Or Grok. Maybe Grok knows. Because that's gonna be borderline too bad otherwise. Something went wrong. Breeze refresher, what? Grok's not working. Is the internet too bad here? Oh man. Now it's going. We have don't have enough internet here, it seems. But yeah, it's definitely not too cold, that I can say, you guys. Hopefully the wind should be picking up, and hopefully it gets more cloudy and not less cloudy. Because we need all the cooling we can get. Oh man, is the internet not good enough here for Grok? Like, that's a first. Oh man. But yeah, if somebody can somebody else check Grok or some search engine, how do you lock screen in StreamBuddy? Because apparently I cannot do it here right now. Like, that's a first. That has never happened before, that when I try to search there, it doesn't like work. There's a first for everything, I guess. Little bit more than that. Then we go back. really ugly one. Well, we can leave it now, but it's not the best. This one is a lot better, but yeah, for now it can be the far. Yeah, a little bit more, then we go back. So we end up the reach place with time and everything. That would be best. There you go. Terrain can be kind of challenging here sometimes. Big rocks and you fall in between. All the time. I think it's too much that way actually. We might want to do this first and then come back to the next tank there. But here you can see this spruce how there is like birches are almost taller already, and then it's good to cut the birch down, give the spruce some room. This way, where we have Yeah, this is medium challenging here. Like this, some spots are pretty thick, and some spots where there's a little bit quite the thick place, and definitely needs some work. See the big area we need to go through. Up to the hills that have quite better. I guess that one is not the best, but better than the other one, I guess. Don't get caught on the camera. Hello there, Jörger. You don't need to write in all caps though. It's fine to write in small letters. No need to have everything in caps. Oh, yeah, we forgot a few things here. That's better. We'll try to go back somewhere here, I think. This one was all cut. Yep. You need me as a mod? Maybe. Like if you stick around for many streams, then it might definitely be a possibility that you get mod. But yeah, usually I give that are like, yeah, watching many streams. Go back to 2025. Maybe, like I don't remember your name, but maybe you've been watching around since that time. Yeah, now we go back here and then back to break area at some point. Can drop these, trying to drop the trees where I don't have been yet, so it's easier to go forward, but sometimes if they're heavy leaners it's kinda hard. They just go where they go. Use large machine, cut the stuff out made by Ditch Witch. Yeah, so I'm not mowing everything down here. I'm trying to, like here you can see the finished product. I'm leaving like the trees we planted here plus some extra. So you can't really mow, like you can't mow everything in one place. Because I need to be all of the time like selective. Leave the bed. So there isn't really any machine that can do this, at least so far. Maybe some sort of AI robot could do this in the future. But for now, this is the best tool here. Yeah, that's why I'm cutting this down. I'm not just mowing down randomly. Every tree I'm kind of selecting that. Do I want to leave this? That needs to go. We leave this. It might look like I'm just randomly mowing down, but yeah, like this is what we start from and this is kind of what we end with. You can see there's a little bit of room for the trees to grow now. still leaving like a full forest. But yeah, if you would want to mow everything down, then you could use some sort of machine probably. Oh, what am I accidentally clicking here again? Looks like a nice day. It's a good day. Borderline too hot, but other than that, good. Yeah, when I do work like this, it's like it's never too cold. Seems like it's always too warm when you do work like this. It's pretty physical stuff. Okay, we can leave that one, I guess. Yeah, I'm already heading back to the brake area. Then when I need to refuel, I can also refuel myself. Yeah, this pine looks nice, but then it splits into two here. So we're actually gonna cut that down. Looks good down here, but then it's ugly up there. See if we can try to drop it that way. Do like a double cut and then push it over. Yep. Leave that birch instead, I think. Yeah, here's a little path here, a little opening. That's nice. Taught you rather well how to sharpen yesterday. I sharpened this myself. I didn't think you were in chat yesterday. What the hell? At least I don't remember anyone giving advice. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. The younger kid was with you learning too, named A. His name is John, not A. But yeah, we can leave this one, leave some birch. Try to leave the nicer ones. And mow down the crap. He cleaned the carrot basket. That he did, that's true. That he did. Yeah, here we can kind of mow almost everything down. maybe leave behind. Yeah, now been going 1 hour. We can try to go like this here now. It shouldn't be too far there to the break area. Here's like a really dense spot here also. What about this one? Guess we could leave that kind of borderline, but maybe we can leave it. Yeah, this is what it can be like, almost the worst spot like this. It's basically almost like a wall of trees. And then you gotta try to make it look like this instead. But this is the worst. There's maybe, yeah, hopefully most of it is not this. Maybe it's more like that, where it's like, at least you have a little bit of room to move around. This is like, I'm trying now to drop it here where I've been, so it's like somewhat possible to walk forward. But this can be tricky sometimes, places like this. Fast. Just gotta try to stop. Drop behind you so you can walk forward. Also try not to hit rocks. See the other side here already. Broken through. Yeah, it's pretty thick, and it's not necessarily like bad trees. It's good that a lot of trees grow, but they will grow better from here forward if we thin it out a bit. This is something that you don't see on Twitch every day. Some brush cutting, thinning out a forest. They will get more sun, yep. So I try to leave the straight and nice trees, and then they will grow great from this point forward. If I would just leave it like this, then you have very many trees, but they're all like tiny. And the tiny trees are not worth anything. Like one big tree is worth more than 100 small trees. But the stream might be lagging. We're in the middle of the forest here. I'm trying to conserve the battery on the chat phone here, so. But it should be okay. Should be okay. But yeah, just a little bit more back, then we can take a break. Probably running out of fuel also at some point here. Yeah, just drop it where I've been. Then it's somewhat, I wouldn't say easy, but then you can walk forward. It's like a jungle here. I didn't know they have jungles in Finland. Apparently we do have jungles here in Finland. Right here is pretty much a jungle. one thing I might do is when I'm revving up the saw, does it like is it like cutting out more? Then there might be some interference from the brush cutter actually. Maybe. For the chainsaw we kind of found out that there might have been some. Maybe it's just that this is like a bad area for internet. Yep, pull that way. Get away, please. So it's running, it ruins Wi-Fi connection. But it's working right now, I see. It's sometimes, I think it's just when internet here. We're in the middle of the forest here, so I'm kind of surprised it works as well as it does. Again, a pine that's not that great. I'll need to cut it down. And then leave this not so fine birch. And yeah, in general, movement is not great for internet either. This is already a lot easier here, we can see a little bit. This is much easier to do this. Hopefully it's just the little area there that's the worst. When it's like this, like there's room for trees to like fall down, then it's much easier. And if the terrain is like more flat, makes it a lot easier already. That spruce is ugly. We'll leave a birch here instead. Where are my helpers for this project? We only have one brush cutter like this, so there can only be one guy cutting. The other guys are doing other things now. Now that's another fruit with some issues. I'll leave more birch. Do you take 2 days off each week or work every day? Really depends. Sometimes you can take like a week off if there's nothing to do, and then sometimes there might be work 7 days straight, so it really depends. Like I used to like to say for people watching the channel that weather is my boss. So it depends on the weather. Like if it would be raining today, I would not be doing this. So tomorrow if it rains, then we will not come out here and do this. But if it's not raining, then we can continue. Weather is the boss. Not the calendar, not the clock, weather. Here's a big rock. Yeah, let's go this way now. Now we have done like a little over 1 hour, so fuel is gonna run out soon. It's a good time to take a break. Yeah, I think we're running out of fuel. Yep. Out of fuel. Out of fuel. Time for a break. Well, I think we did a pretty good job. We're almost back to where we started. We started right there. Shouldn't be too far away from refuel place. Yeah, 1 tank of gas lasted probably like 80 minutes. Almost 1.5 hours. If I could keep it like go, that you don't need to slow down, you can keep the blade spinning all the time. If the terrain would be slightly easier or the tree is slightly smaller, then you could probably go 1.5 hours maybe. But yeah, that's pretty good. next tank we go here and back there and come back again. See how far we can get. But yeah, over there is our break place, so pretty close. Was a little bit greedy there. We got a little bit too far away, but it's okay. It's okay. Could move the break place a little bit this way also. Yeah, I think we went a little bit that way. Let's see if we can climb over rocks. Here would be kind of a nice place. Yeah, there's our break place. Pretty good. Here we could sit on the log. Leave the saw here. Break some branches so we can sit there. But yeah, I thought it was gonna be cold today. I only have this like long sleeves t-shirt. But it's warm, it's warm. Hopefully the clouds stay like this. Otherwise it's gonna be very hot. But yeah, we only have a little bit here. Then there's a little really easy spot here. Then we can probably go just that way. Not much needs to be cut here. Not much, if anything. At least the wind is picking up, I think, which is good. Yeah, let's get our things here a little closer. This is a really rocky area here. Not even any trees are growing here. Just some trolls between the rocks. But yeah, how was the camera angle? Somewhat good. Not too high, not too low. So you see something, what's going on. Yeah, it's 10:24. Could probably eat some bread at the same time here. Got some bread with me. Now there's some horse flies around. Otherwise, no mosquitoes, which is good. It should still be kind of, well, yeah, it's right around this time usually when the horse flies start to appear. Same with the mosquitoes, but for now it's bug situation is okay. Okay, I will do a lunch break and then do, maybe when it's first day today, brush cutting, I might only do like, well, at least 2 tanks of gas, maybe 3. Then we'll see how tired I feel. It's always when you start, it's like new muscles when you're moving like this. So better not do too much the first day. Bumblebee. Bumblebee. Bumblebees don't really do anything bad, so that's fine. It's almost the horseflies that are the worst if they start biting. Even mosquitoes, when I'm cutting, I got my hearing protection on. I can't hear mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are not annoying at all. It's like the horseflies that can be kind of annoying. But we can try for the second fuel tank. We can try. I can put the hotspot on in the phone. It will drain the battery quite fast, but it might be, then the connection might be a little better. We can try it, see if there's any difference. It's gonna definitely drain the battery fast, but at least I have battery for 2 tanks of gas. We'll see if it pushes any bitrate. Adds a little bit maybe, not much. Okay, wind is picking up. When doing this work, the more wind, the better. Like anything like, as long as it's not like storm, but anything like 10 meters per second, wind is good for this work. Makes it cooler. Can blow the bugs away, although we don't seem to have a lot of bugs today, so that's fine. But yeah, mostly for cooling. Human cooling system works better if we have plenty of wind. I think the wind is picking up and the clouds are staying thick, which is, yeah, I do not want sun when I'm doing this. No sun, please, no sun. Just too hot. But yeah, we can move base camp a little bit that way. I thought when I came down that we might be a little bit too much this way. Let's not fall down. It's like a nice flat rock. Could be a nice base camp here. Blade is good, we didn't hit any rocks I think. It was cutting fine still, so don't need to sharpen any things. Yeah, maybe bitrate is slightly better now. It will drain the battery, we'll see. After 2 tanks I might have to leave you guys here or somewhere, because this cell phone might run out of battery. But yeah, it should be a little bit better internet now. But yeah, I guess we put hearing protection on and continue. We can try to blast this a little bit here and then go there. Then we can go pretty far. Like this is ready here, it's just a little edge here. Here we don't need to do anything yet, I think. It's not as dense here. We can just go here and then go that way. We'll see how it looks. See how it looks. Get some branches and stuff. I should have one. I don't want to have 2 pair of pants, but you could have 1 pair of pants on top of these. Then you wouldn't get the sawdust in the boot, but it's okay. I don't really want to have 2 pair of pants. It's gonna be very warm then again. Yeah, we should be good to go. Stream seems to be okay. So just continue. There's a deep hole there. Don't really want to fall in there. Let the fuel flow a bit. That's why I usually try to stop or shut it off a little bit before the tank runs out. Then it starts with 1 pull. Now I have to yank it like a couple of times. that. Could go around here, I think. Here you can see a stump from the old generation. This huge. If we thin these out, then hopefully these, or I see no reason why these shouldn't be the same size in a few years. Yeah, this is done. Now we can do the rest here. I think we cut these off. Yep. Not the easiest, it's like rocks and quite uneven in places. Then if you happen to look up here when you step on an uneven place and you can fall down a bit. Yeah, there's a little opening here. Don't need to do anything there. And here's a little ticket left. Maybe we go here and then come back and then go around the rock this way because we did the other side. Go here and then go there. Plan our route a little bit. I'm pressing 75 things here. I need to try to somehow remember to check how lock screen. Maybe it works now with the rock. Now it's working. Screen timeout sleep. Use wake lock, enable developer stay awake. Stream body. Keep your Bluetooth speaker on, no. What? Doesn't appear to have a built-in lock screen. I think it had. Keep it awake. Yeah, the screen stays awake, that's not the issue. I'll have to look into that more. I kind of remember from somewhere that you could lock the screen. Or prevent accidental like touches or if a raindrop falls. But maybe you can't. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Oh, come on. An MCS redeemed chainsaw. Chainsaw indeed today. This is like kind of a chainsaw. Chainsaw with a blade. Yep, almost chainsaw. Yeah, this is already a lot better here, I think. Doesn't look as bad as maybe we started with almost the worst stuff. Maybe we should go here like to all the way out and then come back and then see what's left. Maybe that's a plan for this area now. Make a line out to the edge of the area. That way, if you successfully get the one end to flop like that, then you can steer where the tree goes a little bit. Doesn't always work that way. If the tree is leaning heavily, it will just go where it goes. But sometimes you can aim it quite well even. To leave the spruce or to leave the birch? Birch doesn't really have any faults. I believe this one. Not that one. The spruce is kind of divided up there. But yeah, let's cut the birch down in the middle. It's almost like too big. it wants to go. This one we can leave. Yeah, if it's like this is much easier already when there's like not the impenetrable bush everywhere. Still quite a bit to cut, but a little bit more manageable. But yeah, now this is very much easier than what we started with. Big trees, not that big, but a good size for this type of cutter. I guess the one bigger I felt there, that's the maximum you can maybe do with this one. If you can cut from like one side and the other side, then maximum you can do with this is like 10 centimeter tree, like what's that in inches, like 4 or 5 inch tree. Bigger than that, then it's better to have chainsaw. For smaller stuff like this, this is way better than a chainsaw. Don't need to bend over all the time. Yeah. Leave the spruce here maybe. Pine, excuse me. Then we're gonna leave this one. Okay, this is gonna be a pretty nice like mixed forest. You can see there's some spruces, some birches, some pines. That's kind of what we're going for here, like a nice mixed forest with different tree species. Yeah, that's like a bunch of trees. Probably need to cut those all down if you want to leave this. I mean, this is not super nice. Maybe we'll leave the biggest birch there. Could also be an option. Also, here was like a double spruce. Triple spruce. Hell. I guess that's fine, we can leave one there. Can you use for mulch? You could, but it's way too much work to start to collect these trees. We're just cutting them down, giving room for the nicer trees, and then they will just rot down here. Like it's way too much work to start collecting these small ones. It's heavy enough to do the brush cutting here, what I'm doing now, but collecting these trees from here would be too much work. But for sure it's not impossible. You would spend the whole day and then just collect like a little bit. It's way too much work. Now should we should just go forward now. Leave a little bit here. Try to see how long this continues this way. Needed mulch would take. Yeah, you could. You could. But yeah, it's already a big enough work to get this all cut down. That's the more important thing. To get these trees like freed up. Give them more room to grow. Plus the trees we cut down, like they will work as like fertilizer. So we're basically fertilizing the good trees here. Removing some competition. This is what we try to avoid, to have like super many trees very close to each other. Not good. Then you end up with like a lot of damaged trees and no nice trees. Yeah, then we're gonna figure out what we wanna leave here. This one birch is pretty big, but it is like too big compared to the other trees. At least we can cut down those and then we'll figure out if we can leave this one. Maybe we can leave that one. It's kind of close to these ones. But I guess there's a little opening here then. Leave. Cut. Leave. The better one. Maybe leave this one here. Yeah, if we cut like a little bit open like this, it should end soon here. Like the area I want to do, and then we come back here. Back to the break place. What to leave here? Is the spruce still okay? I guess it is. So we can cut the birches down. Do not hit the rock. Then we have to do sharpening. Yeah, it should not be much further now here this way. We should figure out when the spruces get smaller. Then it's probably the other later planted stuff. Yeah, the border might be, should be soon. Should be soon. Cut this one down. It's kind of a big one. That pine would be okay, but then the birch behind that, it's completely ugly. It's a double top. That one down. Yeah, I think it ends right here. I think. And we'll come to the stuff that's planted later, which doesn't need any work yet, but just gonna try to work this worst part that really needs some help. But we'll do a little bit more out, so we're actually out to the edge. Hemp even easier. Yeah, I'm sure hemp is not super hard to hard to grow. I don't know much about it. I know it's like when you harvest it with the combine, it's hard on the combine. I know that. But other than that, I don't know much about the hemp. You can make really strong, like not a cable out of it, but you can make strong twine or stuff out of it. So it's like if it gets wrapped around somewhere in the combine, it can also cause some issues. Yeah. Maybe a little bit more forward, but it should. Kind of hard to know where the edge might be actually right here. So then we can go back. Yeah, it shouldn't be too much further out this way. Then this is kind of the area I want to do now. Or that I was planning to do at least. Yeah, I believe this is the right edge here. We have broken through, I think. Yeah, this has been planted later. This doesn't need any action yet. But this is basically the one edge here, then we go do that side. I think that's at least the stuff that needs most urgently help. And we'll see if we do a little bit up here, but this definitely needs some cutting here. Needs a little help. Yeah, this birch would be kind of nice and big, but not good quality there when it splits into two, so we'll cut it down. That one looks good though, big and pretty straight. Oh yeah, here I feel the wind coming from there. Very nice. We can go this way back and forth, then we got the wind pushing nicely, I think. Cool us down. Yeah, can do this and then start going back. Oh, that's an ugly birch. We can cut that one down also. Really gotta look up sometimes. See that the trunk is like straight. That's really kind of one of the more important things. Nope, go the other way. Don't want to fail this where I'm gonna go still. Please go that way. Better. We snapped the little part of spruce there maybe, but this one is even better. Yeah, here is definitely, you can see the big trees. That's the edge right here. We're gonna do this side. Cleared all the way to the big rock here. Might be a good marker to go back. Back after the big rock. Oh yeah, the wind is pushing stuff this way. Might not be super optimal here. I should cut like from the backside because it's gonna wanna push everything this way. We gotta figure out something. Isn't like super hard. What am I riding? Accidental misclicks. Holy moly. But yeah, this is a lot easier when there's like little openings where you can drop the trees into. When it's like jungle everywhere, then it's hard time. You have a hard time like dropping anything anywhere. When it's full of stuff everywhere. Also the terrain is like a little bit flatter here, so also makes it easier. Yeah, the wind pushing this way. We should really I should go more this way. Then you can always, the trees will fall over to the side. If I go here, I will drop them into what I'm still gonna go through, so probably better to go this way. Or like back and forth from the other side. Leave this birch. Maybe. Cut everything else. Yeah, like this, something like this we want to end up with. Maybe on average like 2 to 3 meters between trees. I'm not gonna measure, the distance is not that important, but it's roughly like you can easily walk between the trees. That's a pretty good rule of thumb. Then you have cut enough. It's very easy to leave too much. Because after this will grow for another, well, in best cases this could grow for another maybe 10 years, more than 10 years. Then we need to come in here next time, so we need to leave some room for 10 years of growth. Interested to see your work. Is it mainly spruce you're trying to save? Yeah, so the spruce is what we planted here. So that's gonna be the main tree. But then if like the spruce is damaged or there's like a really nice birch, then we can leave a birch or pine. Like up there on the hill it's mostly pine. But down here it's gonna be like a mix of spruce and birch. But yeah, trying to turn this jungle into a better looking thing. Like we start, the worst parts are like this. You can see there's really not that much room for each one tree. But here, now each tree has like room to grow. But yeah, you gotta look up sometimes, see that the tree is in like good shape, or the trees you wanna leave that they're in relatively good shape. But yeah, we should be heading back. We probably run out of fuel again soon. Try to push through here. I see some big rocks here, so maybe we should go this way. Maybe try to get a few of these still down. And try to fell them where we have been, so it's easier to go forward. Sometimes not so easy to do, but that's in theory how you should do this. Sometimes easier said than done. Over here, I'll thin out a bit this if we can get here. Yeah, it might look a little rough right after, but the trees that are not cut should grow nicely, and all this will rot down in a few years. But yeah, now we made a little bit of a jungle right there. Couldn't fail these, they just wanted to fall this way. I think the wind is coming from there, so next tank we might want to go like this instead. Then all the trees will fall that way, all the wind will push that way. Then we're not fighting the wind at least. Just fighting the trees. This one should leave maybe. It's not that nice, that's a pretty good spruce. But yeah, as I said, it's easy to leave too much. Oh yeah, there I already did, so if we go back we can almost do everything here now. And the next day we can probably have the break spot somewhere here, you know. Oh yeah, cut like very close to that rock. It's always when you can't see, you're just swinging in the blind, and then sooner than later you're gonna hit like a rock. This one is pretty nice, you can probably leave that one. Oh yeah, now it's opening up a little bit. Then we have this little slice here left. How often do you have to sharpen the cutting blade? I usually sharpen it like every second tank, or when I'm refueling, like every second time. And then of course immediately if you hit the rock, then you need to sharpen immediately. But so yeah, basically after this tank we should sharpen. It feels really sharp still, but we might do like a little bit. Just a little quick sharpen. But yeah, this blade seems to be pretty good. I've had many different brands of blades, and this one is like Strand. I think this one stays sharp really well. As long as you don't hit the rock, like maybe I can sharpen this like only once a day is enough. Like it's a really good blade, I think. Some of them I've had to sharpen like, yeah, basically 2 tanks of gas, sharpen, 2 tanks of gas, sharpen all the time. But this one could probably go a little bit more. I don't think I need to sharpen yet. It cuts really well still. As long as I have like full throttle when you go into wood, it just cuts like nothing still, so probably don't need to sharpen yet. Watch me hit the rock in like 2 seconds. Usually what happens if you say that you don't need to sharpen the blade, then you bang hit the rock. And then you very much need to sharpen. Then we leave this one, that one, that one, that one. Yeah, probably all these need to go. See, once they fall down, how does it look now? Yeah, if we want to leave the pine there, we can cut all this down. This one, cut all this down. Alright, this is all done here, and we're probably, I guess we could cut more and then I bring the fuel and stuff here, because we're gonna continue that way now. But we probably don't have too much fuel left in the tank now. When we continue there, we want to go like this, because the wind is coming from there today, so try to take the wind into consideration even. It has a little bit of an effect, even if these trees are not super tall, but if I cut like this, then the wind is gonna push it all the way, like in the places I've been already. So that should make it a little bit easier. Like that's when you have the pros that do this like full time, then they basically do it like I did there, but the whole day. Almost like keep the blade spinning all the time and just full throttle at the trees. That's how the guys do it that do it. It's like full time. Or that's the way you can do it if it's like, if the terrain would be a lot slightly easier or the tree is slightly smaller, then you can just keep almost full throttle. Not full throttle all the time, but most of the time. Okay, we're through here, I think. And we should continue here. Somewhere around here. Probably what we should do now is go this way. Back and forth. But yeah, tank's gonna run out, so we might cut here just a little bit. And we're gonna run out of fuel pretty much, I would say. Yeah, let's do a little bit here until we run out of fuel. Yeah, something like that. Yes, let's go back. We really should be out of fuel here, I think. Pretty soon. Yeah, this is quite jungle here. I think there are a little bit here, and then that's really the part that needs the work the most, these completely jungly parts. There are some easier parts up there, but they don't really need any work. If the trees aren't like too close to each other, you don't really need to do anything. It's usually the worst parts that need the most work, surprisingly. Just need to tell the trees that they grow with pretty even spacing. Maybe leave that spruce. Looks pretty good. And all the birches need to go here. This spruce looks actually very damaged. Yeah, let's cut this one down. Let's leave the spruces and birches instead when. And this is just damaged. This one, yes, we can leave it. Might be a little on the dense side, but I guess it's okay-ish. Don't fall down. Let us not fall down. See now. Cut those guys off. Yeah, sometimes when it's like this, it's not the fastest. Very much jungle. You can't even see where you're stepping. Hopefully most it's not like this. This would be pretty good. As soon as you have a little bit of room, then it's way easier. But yeah, sometimes this really jungly stuff is really testing me. Testing the patience. At least the connection and stuff is working better now with the boat connections. Oh yeah, we might, but the internet at the farm is maybe struggling now. But yeah, at least it's working pretty good even here in the jungle. But yeah, now we should really be out of fuel, I think. There's a big rock. Maybe try to go here still. There's another rock. Try to leave some trees in between the rocks. Leave this one here and cut down that stuff. And this pine be here. Maybe. Now we're out of fuel. And here how it was kind of idle, it goes to high idle. Then it's time for a break. Now I should probably bring the brake place to here, because we only have a little bit here, then we're gonna still continue that way. So we could bring all the brake stuff here. But yeah, it is warm, it is warm. It's supposed to be mostly cloudy today. Sun is coming out. Damn sun. For this job it would be better with no sun. Would stay a little bit cooler. But yeah, it's okay. I think I'll try to do one more tank of gas today. Then 3 tanks is probably enough for the first day. And then we'll see what the weather develops into. But yeah, we need the fuel tank, we need to refuel the guy also. What's the simplest route? Probably through here somewhere. Now we got at least one horsefly. If you have a lot of those, then it's not that nice. I don't think there's too many of them yet. Thank God. Because those are kind of nasty ones. See now, there's the brake place. Yeah, we can move all the stuff, because we're gonna not go up there more. We have done all the way out. Now we're just gonna go that way. But yeah, this looks a lot better here. This is all done here in front of us. Kind of hard to maybe judge now when you can't see how it looked before, but when we came here you kind of saw it was full jungle here. Now it's a nice mix of spruce and birch and some pine. Where did I put I have the juice bottles in here, yep. But yeah, definitely don't need to go to gym after this today again. Full gym session here today. I think the 3rd tank of gas, it might get us finished like all the way to there's like a ditch. So if you get all this side finished today, it's kind of nice. Then we can next time go over the ditch and continue. continue further in the forest. Looks like a nice summer day in Finland. It is. For this job, I wouldn't mind colder weather, but this is like the best time to do this. Like when the leaves have come out, that's when the tree is weakest. So when I cut it now, it won't like come back immediately. So that's why this time of the year is the best time to do it. But also quite often it's too hot this time of the year. But yeah, I have maybe 1 hectare to do, so it's gonna take like a few days because we're gonna go with a pretty chill pace here, not push too much. And it's supposed to stay like, hopefully like max 20 degrees. 15 degrees would be perfect, but I guess this is okay. Just gotta take it easy. Take it easy and go quite slow. Have enough liquids with you. Still got the other bottle here. Then when the drinks run out, then it's best to not try to push and do more. But yeah, now we can move this and the fuel closer to where we ended. And then just continue mowing our way that way. But yeah, here you see how much this tree grew this year. This is the new growth here. It's kind of lighter green in the beginning. At the top you can see how it's growing. It's probably right this time of the year is when the forest is growing at the fastest pace. I guess we're skipping a lot of frames again. I really need to buy a new modem for the farm because this, when it's skipping frames like this or lagging a little bit, it's because the modem, not here but at the farm, is struggling to upload things. So we really need to buy a new one. I don't think they're too expensive. I hope. See if a new one would work a little better. At least for me, it's like pretty laggy when I'm watching the stream. But yeah, let's go. Take the fuel and go there and refuel. Yeah, we've got quite a bit done. One more tank and we should get all the way out to the edge. Where did we stop? Somewhere here, I think. Could maybe leave the brake stuff right here, maybe. Then just refuel. Let me see here. Oh, did I hear thunder? Yeah, it's gonna be thunder in the evening. Shouldn't be any thunder yet though. Only in the evening when the football match starts. Then there might be some thunder maybe. Here I caught, oh there I left. There I left the brush cutter. But yeah, we don't need to sharpen the blade yet, it's still cutting just fine. Just need a bit more fuel. If we can leave the fuel here, then we know the other one is right behind us. Yep, now we try to fire it up, then we go this way, back this way maybe a couple of times, then we should be all the way out, and then the next day we'll be over there, further over there. Oh yeah, I had the hearing protection was here. Already thought where the hell did I put it. But yeah, no shortage of heat, that's for sure. When you do this type of job, it's like, it's almost the colder the better. Yeah, there's a few of those bugs around now, but it's not too bad yet. And once you're cutting, you can't really hear anything. You can't hear the bugs, and that's like half the issue. But yeah, sorry about it. It's skipping a bunch of frames, so I'm a little bit behind here. Or you might be behind. The stream is like, it's sad that when it skips a few frames, it like lags behind. So when I say now, you will hear this in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, which is a little bit unfortunate. Hello Danger, looks like you need some of our rain. Had 9mm every day. We had 9mm yesterday or the day before that, and then 2 days before that we had like 8mm. But yeah, it would still be nice to get even more rain. There's still room for more rain here for sure. Things that have never ever been said on this stream. It's raining too much in the summer. It's never raining too much in the summer. But yeah, what if I answer, is there a big delay or not? You're gonna watch the World Cup. Yeah, I'm gonna watch some matches. Sadly, it's the timing is not very good, or the time zones. Like the matches are either very late in the evening or super early in the morning. But yeah, I'm gonna try to watch a few matches for sure. It's one of those things where I don't watch a lot of football, but the World Cup I like to watch for some reason. Yeah, let's go this way first. What team will you support in Finland is not there? Probably like Spain or Netherlands or something like that. This one is a little bit too big, so we can cut that one down. It's like a little uneven, it's too big, so probably that one goes down. Even a tree this size you can cut with this one, you just need to cut from two sides. There and then from there. Then it usually goes down. What about that one? Kind of same thing. Now if we drop everything this way, the wind is pushing from there, so should help us a bit here. Here we did the other side already. I'm Norwegian, so we'll mainly support Norway, but like Spain too. I think Spain, if they play good, they have like try to hold the ball and try to like play really like nice looking football. But yeah, Norway could be good also if Haaland is scoring like every chance he gets, he scores. Then Norway could be pretty tough actually. Probably not one of the big favorites, but it will be nice to see. I haven't really seen Haaland play too much, but I've heard he is like one of the best goal scorers in the whole world right now. So will be interesting to see if I can see any Norway match. Yeah, we're through here. Through and through. Now we should go probably just back here. I want to go on the edge there, but if the wind is coming from there, it's probably best to go here. And as you can see now, drop the trees. They should drop nicely to the right here now. Try to use the wind to our advantage maybe. Yeah, here it's much better actually. This will be pretty quick here. Isn't too bad, but here a little bit more jungly area here still. That's a nice birch. We can try to leave that one. Maybe this one. Yeah, let's go there first. Then we'll do this. This should be pretty easy here actually. When you can actually see through it a little bit, it's not too bad. It's when it's like this, like complete jungle, then it's a little bit slower to do. There was a big rock. I think we can go behind this. Behind this big rock here, probably. Yeah, there's our fuel pin. Pretty easily visible there. I believe that pine looks pretty good. Leave that one there. So we have here, we have jungle. That much we need to cut down. And we leave that one. Maybe. Oh, this needs to go down for sure. A little bit more from there. Then we're again through here, yeah. Nice. A little bit left here, I think. This should be all done. That looks like there's a little bit left to cut. Oh yeah, that should be. pretty good there now. Then we go this way to the ditch and then come back here, I think. And it's almost done, all this area, I think. Might be a little bit easier in this end. The toughest stuff was probably the stuff we did in the beginning there. Now the wind is coming from this direction. What the hell? Wind turned sides. Pressing here again. Really need to find out if there's a way to lock the screen. Would be nice for sure. Maybe we can leave that fine. It's kind of pretty close to the spruce there, but yeah, here we did a bunch this way already, so we can just go this way, maybe all the way out to the edge. big rock also. Now we're also running out of battery. Hopefully we got enough battery for this tank of gas in my chat phone. Yeah, the damn wind turned on us. Now we can't use the wind to our advantage that much, I think. Now it's falling easier this way too. But yeah, how much more out to the other stuff? I don't think too much. Might try to go all the way and then just a little bit here left. Yes, let's see here now. How much more this way? Probably not that far. Oh, come on. Fall away from me, please. Yeah, we can go, here's like a little opening, go out to the end there and try to do this now today. And we're basically to the ditch here. And then the next day we'll go that way. Might be a plant. A little bit of an easier place here with a lot of rocks, not so much to cut. So we might try to go here and over there. Yes. Here we can leave whatever because probably was too rocky, we couldn't even plant any trees here, so anything that grows here can grow. That's an ugly one and that's an ugly one. Which one do we want to leave? Maybe this pine. Between my legs. Like that maybe. This one can get left. Yeah, here it's not much needed at all to cut here. And do a little bit there and then go. Guess we go there and then do all this. Should be fine. Yeah, and then tomorrow we'll continue that way. I'm sure the edge is right here somewhere, where it switches from the younger planted stuff to the older planted stuff. Yeah, this is the younger stuff then. Let's not go too much in that stuff. This can still grow here. Yeah, this was an easy place. This not much cutting there at all. Pretty sure the edge is right somewhere here. Here it's basically a birch forest. I don't know if we couldn't plant here, or yeah, maybe this is the newer stuff already. We planted birch here actually. I'm probably in the new stuff now, right? Actually. So we only need to do it to here, I think. Yeah. Now I know. Now I know where we are. The border is kind of blurred here. It's like, I think it's somewhere here. But it's not like super clear. Super clear where the border is. here where there's more of a jungle. This is the stuff that you can cut. Where to start here from the wall of trees. Wall of trees. Hopefully it's not too far that way. There's a little bit here. Might or might not get all this done today. Hopefully we can get it all done. And it would be kind of nice to know that this is done here. We're almost through here, yeah, so there's very little here, I guess. It's more behind me. We'll see if we got 14% battery in the phone now. Hopefully it's enough for this tank of gas. Yeah, this spruce is not that big. The birch is a lot bigger, but left birches here might still want to leave the spruce here. It's kind of, you could do both here, I guess. Here at the very edge there's like almost like a wall of trees, which we can try to thin out a bit. But yeah, it's all like this when it's kind of slow. Try to leave some of the best birches here, I guess. And the wind is coming this way, I guess. Spinning wind. Never in the right direction, of course. Yep, we might get all this today. This place. Now it's not too wide left here. Not that wide of a bit left. Now the wind is definitely coming from here, but it's like spinning around. It's coming from different directions. Which is not the best. Guess we'll have to work with it. 10%. Yeah, we might run out of battery in the chat phone, but stream should still be going then. So yeah, if I can't read chat, it's because the chat phone ran out of battery. But we'll try to chug along as long as we can. It's always a little bit of struggle here with the cell phone. I can't really have this plugged in when it's on my arm, and then it will not like last a full day. So we can leave. Here I've been leaving quite a bit of birch. Seems to be growing pretty well here. Some spruce. We leave this one. Yeah, that goes. That one goes. We can leave one there. Yes, leave that one, this one, maybe one of those, and we'll leave both. Those three, that's probably too much. This one is also kinda nice. Then we're kinda through here. I guess I came there. Maybe there's a little bit there. We can go as long as I can there without, until the fuel runs out. Then we'll see where we end up. Oh, this is good. This is good. Yeah, now we go here. It's the only place left now. Yeah, then we go here's a little bit. And we just go that way. That away. the big old stumps that the trees can grow very big here, just needs to be not too many of them. Guess it's getting borderline dense here then. Yep, I guess we came here, so we went a little bit further. There's a little bit here still left. Should go maybe here and then do that little bit and then go there. Try to look around a little bit sometimes and not forget too many areas. Pretty easy to leave something like undone. Of course, it's not the end of the world if you leave like a ticket somewhere. It might even be good for the wildlife to leave some little area pretty like dense. But for the most part we want to do this thinning out thing. Kind of fell in the wrong direction there, but oh well, we'll fish it out later. Try to do this now. Yeah, 6% battery. We will. Chat phone might die, but it's fine. I can't read chat, but stream should keep going. If I want to do this now, I'm gonna go as far as I can here until we run out of fuel. Then we'll charge the phone later and see what's going on. I really need to find out how I can lock the screen. It's like super annoying when some branch or something touches things and starts to do all kinds of weird stuff. Should be some way, somehow you can lock it or do something. Yeah, 3 trees, we wanna leave 2 of them. Kinda close here. If I got everything behind there, I guess I could leave this pine, but then everything there needs to go. Everything here to the spruce basically. Yeah, a bunch of that needs to go. Everything around here. Probably even. Maybe this one can be, but maybe that one can be. Probably, hopefully we only hit the stump there. There's a rock right underneath. So hopefully not. When it falls like on the blade like that, then it can be sometimes hard to stop it from pushing the blade into the rock. Maybe we only hit the rotten stump there. Seems like it. Yeah, between the YouTube losing connection to chat and me accidentally pressing something, I need to check the chat phone every like 5 minutes so I haven't pushed something. Very annoying. I need to get something so I can lock the phone so it doesn't react to every push. What do we leave here? We got like 3 pines. This one is almost the best. We'll probably leave that one and the birch. Yes, only here now, then we go to the beach. Then this whole area here is done. We've probably done 0.2 hectares, 0.3 today maybe. So if we do like this, like 3 days, then it should be most of what I want to do, I think. It continues like this, like that way, and also that way a little bit. And up on the hills, I don't think we need to do anything yet. But yeah, we'll see once we arrive there. What about that pine? Kinda big, kinda nice. Yeah, we can leave it. Yep, now all this is done. And I'm again pressing here. Ah. Yeah, someone, how do you in this chat app, how do you lock the screen so it doesn't like do this accidental presses? So annoying. Bella box, not Bella box, but stream body. But yeah, chat phone is about to die, so I'll cut as much as I can before fuel tank runs out, but chat phone will die, so I can't read chat in a minute here. Out of battery. Shutting down. Chat phone dead. Hot, hot, hot. Hot, hot weather. Hot, hot weather. Could be a lot worse even. It could be most of the years it was like 25 to 30 degrees at this point. So I guess this 20 is a lot better. There's a ditch again. We'll do it and then this one, maybe this one. It's kind of close now. Close to the others. Probably not leave this. Through here. Here we could leave around the edge. I'll just have to leave this. That. Maybe the biggest one. Throw the smaller to the side. Maybe a little push here. And we just push that way. And tomorrow or next day we go on the other side of the beach. Either one of those. The better one. No, there's not even much wind. Where did the wind go? It's supposed to be windy today. What happened with the wind? Close to the rocks. It's always when you cut between rocks, you kind of want to leave long stumps. Not to risk hitting the rocks, really. Not fun. Not fun when that happens. Yeah, a little bit here. It's not that dense. And we're pretty much to the ditch. Maybe try to finish this little bit. There's a little open section in the middle, so it should be easy to fell it towards that. Okay, I guess we're not cutting any more than that. We out of fuel. And leave this here. And then probably I'm kinda out of juice. Cell phone is out of juice. We might bring fuel if we refuel all the day, I think. Yeah, whew. It's warm when it's when you're not used to this, it's a physical work. Definitely. It looks really easier here now. So yeah, it's not that bad. You can feel it. After really got stuff in between. But yeah, I can bring the fuel here and we'll put this in. See what time it is. I don't know time. Just phone is. Refuel should not be too long. It should like that. Wait. But yeah, it looks much better this way. You can actually, in a few weeks, when all these trees fall down and the leaves get down to the sea, looks much better. it's not. I have my like thin t-shirt slash long sleeve shirt, but like a thin shirt and nothing else in that, and it's kind of boiling over a little bit. My horn. Don't really need for this. I guess we have to take my streaming backpack off before I can take this one off. This one's kind of underneath. Streaming backpack seems to be hanging on pretty good. We might get some branches or stuff in here. Looks pretty good for the most part. This one has 50%. That's fine. But the chat phone died already. T-shirt is pretty sweaty. I didn't feel in the cleaning, in the clean up. I'll have another one. If not, I need to buy more of these like routine shirts. So I can brand these stuff you don't have like or walk back to the place where we have refuel. Some of these like they might look rough when this is like this, but next storm or next winter when there is snow, and the snow will push all these down. So you don't need to be careful with getting anything down. It will go down in the next, at the latest next week. Flat on the ground. Where's my fuel bin? It should be somewhere around here. Should be visible when it's like orange. Where are you, fuel bin? It should be here somewhere. You can first go, I guess, refuel guy. There's the refuel bin. Then the backpack should be right around here somewhere. Whoop. Yeah, here we got the. I can probably get the chat phone back. I think I brought like a battery pack, as long as this one wants to charge. Then we need to put this chat phone somewhere else. I can't really have it. Can't have it on my arm when I'm charging. We'll have to leave it here for a little bit. Let it charge a bit, then I can restart you guys. In the meantime though, let's drink up the last liquids. Yeah, I had 2 liters with me. I can't continue because liquids are out basically. 2 liters is enough for like 4 hours. I guess 3 tanks of gas. 4.5 hours. That's it for the liquids. Let's see if we can start, you guys. Maybe the phone needs to get a few percent before we can start it. A few horseflies around now, but it wasn't too bad when I was cutting at least. Then you don't really realize if there's some bugs. %. Let's see if it dies when I fire it up. Can this one charge enough to so I can keep it going even? This old battery doesn't give that much, so it might not even stay going. %. Can we fire up our app? Let's see now if it can keep charging. 2%. We might be good now. I'm not gonna put the hotspot on because then it might die again. But yeah, this can be charging here, I guess now. I could take all this we take out of here. The fuel I can take. Put it where the cutter is, where the brush cutter is. Refill, then the fuel we can leave in the forest, I think. No need to carry it out of here. At least for now. But yeah, here this looks pretty good. You could measure even. The goal is to leave about what should I say, 1,800 trees per hectare maybe. So that would be if you have like a 4-meter stick, you stand in the middle, have a 4-meter stick and spin 360, then you should have like 9 trees within that circle. So we could eyeball it here, like 4 meters, it's somewhere there. So this one would count, that one would count, this one, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 trees. Yeah, so we got almost 2,000 trees per hectare. I think that's pretty good. At this point, a pretty good density. Then when they again get bigger, then you can remove a few more and have them even further apart. Also, we need the boots are full of, this one is full of sawdust. I want to have the leg pant on top of the boot, but the problem is then it's gonna, then this is gonna like rub on the leg again. So it's better to have it this, but then again sawdust and stuff can get in here. So it's like in the winter I always have like one pair inside like this and then another above. But now it's so hot that I don't really want to, again, don't want to have two pair of, ideally don't want to have two pair of pants. It kind of works, you get like a little bit of, sometimes when I cut like this or this, you can, a little bit of sawdust or something can fall in, but it wasn't too bad today. I think we can deal with it. Yeah, 3%. Let this charge here a bit. I'll just go carry the fuel to the same place where the brush cutter is. Then we can refuel, or at least leave it there. Fuel was here. I don't want to leave things in like 73 different places. Then you definitely don't find it next time anymore. But yeah, this looks good here. Got a fair bit done. I should check Google Maps, and this is like visible in Google Maps. It's like older forest. Then we did like almost to the ditch there, and up here to the like hill, to that pine, and almost to that second pine there. A little bit. Little bit. Next time I can leave the tractor, I think, further down here and then walk by the edge here. Probably easiest to come in here that way. Can't drive the tractor here. Trees are not far enough apart and it's very rocky here. Very, very uneven. Also, we don't need to sharpen yet, the blade was still good. Seems like this new blade is really good. Maybe once a day I need to sharpen it. As long as we don't hit. There's still enough fuel for another day here, I believe. Don't need to refill that even. Back to the other stuff. Probably then want to chat this up a bit. Think we can kinda get out of here. Because I could do one more before. That's kind of what I've been doing many days. But this is the first day. And I also need even more drinks with me here if I want to do more than 3 tanks of gas, because 2 liters went like nothing. We used like 1.5 liters of fuel for the brush cutter and 2 liters for the operator. Not gas for the operator, but 2 liters of liquids also for the cutter guy. Use a bunch when it's this warm. The record was once when it was like probably like 25 degrees and I did stuff like this. I think I drank like 5 or 6 liters in 6 hours and didn't pee a single time. Oh, did we go too far already? It should be somewhere here. But yeah, you can drink a lot when it's hot and you're doing physical work. Drains the guy a bunch. Not really similar to office work. Oh yeah, we got 5%. Huge. Now we're not lagging anymore. It's so sad that the modem at the farm, or where this stream goes through before it goes to the Twitch and Kick and stuff, it's so sad that one uploads most of the time enough, but sometimes it's too low. And then it starts kind of skipping some frames. But yeah, I think it worked for the most part good here today. At least if I have this phone providing the secondary internet, then it works, but it's also very draining on the battery. It only works for like maybe like 3 hours and the battery is up. Yeah, all drinks are out, all the food is out. That's good. I need to put the chat phone or the charging battery away. If we get a little bit more charge here so we can drive out of here and not lose the battery completely. Just need to wait for the battery to charge here a bit now. I guess the hotspot is not on, so it's not very draining on this phone now. It's just, yeah, we have just one connection now. Yeah, it's almost 2, so it's kind of nice. A shorter day for the first day. Probably just as well do that. I guess we could carefully try to sneak out of here. If we put this on the arm, and the battery may be in the pocket. But yeah, with this cable like this, for sure I could not do brush cutting like this. Because it would just, this cable would just get tangled in everything all the time. Even now, if I put this in the pocket here, this might be, like even this might be a struggle. Just trying to get this nut caught anywhere. Can try to sneak out of here. Yeah, we did it all the way up to. There's a rock piece. All the way to up, almost to the second pine here. But up here it's not that dense. It probably doesn't need work here yet. Yeah, even now it's wanting to unplug itself. At least here it's a little bit more open. You can see there's like some bunches where there's like 2 trees very close to each other, but we'll try to do the worst part at least, and then we'll see if the weather continues really cold, then we could do more here, but this is not like in the super danger zone here yet. It could grow a little bit more before we do something here. Oh yeah, we're starting to get the raspberries soon also. Very small yet, but there's gonna be a bunch of raspberries here later. Bunch of raspberries. Oh yeah, we came out here. Then we need the next time we can leave tractor closer to descent. Left it a little bit this way. Yeah, in the sun. It's hot. It's hot, guys. Maybe if it's gonna be thunder later today, maybe it feels kind of hot because of that. Usually before thunder it feels like sticky and extra hot. I guess we have like 10% here. Hopefully that's enough. I'll have to put this away now. And hopefully we got our key here still. Would be bad if we would not have the key. And now there's some horseflies. They weren't too bad, and the horseflies are usually really bad before thunder. So if there is thunder coming, the horseflies are always terrible just before. They're like extra aggressive before thunder. Yeah, let's roll out. shorter way. This way probably. Good wind. Wasn't that much wind in the forest. Looks okay here now. Much better now after the rain. Hopefully we can get even more rain. like soft, but let's not make the ruts any bigger. The rye, neighbor has rye there. It's like when it's windy, it's like dust is flying from the rye. It's like blooming up there. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like almost like there's a dust storm. Rye is flowering. But yeah, now we're down to again like 5%. We'll just drive it here and then probably call it a stream. I'm gonna start charging everything up before next stream. Oh, I should open the greenhouse roof also. Might be mighty hot inside there now. Yeah, we should check the greenhouse. I forgot. I was about to open it. Open the roof hatches when I started this morning. But of course we forgot it. But let's go check, see how hot it is in the greenhouse now. Might be a little almost too toasty in there. Don't really want it to get like to 50 degrees inside there. Can try opening the roof hatches. At least it's moist inside. Oh yeah, it's like 45. Let's open. Hopefully nothing died from it. Might get a little too hot, but the plants haven't like wilted down, so I think they're fine. But this is getting a little extreme toasty here now. And I irrigated yesterday, so it should be good moisture. But we're just gonna let some hot air out now. Leave the door open for a minute, so a little bit. I think you can get those like automated roof hatches when it gets like too hot, then it opens automatically, but we only have the manual stuff here. So we can leave the door even open, then close it later. But yeah, chat phone is again dying, so I think it's time to quit for today. But yeah, we got some brush cutting done. If we get days like today or colder, then we can continue with that job. Don't want to do this when it's like hot weather. And today was like borderline. It would have been nice if it would have been a little bit more windy, but at least we got a decent start. I don't have a huge area to do, so should be fine. But yeah, thanks for watching today. See you guys next time.
Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Ooh, red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old got some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss. Clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines.